Hello, welcome back to another Games Full of Bug development stream. I'm just trying to, at the moment, best practice. I'm trying to find the best practice for setting frame rate, right? Let me do this, boom. So, what I want to know is, should I be setting it with this VSync count? But I'm pretty sure this is ignored on phones. Like if I would ever have this be on the phone, I would have to handle this differently. But I think if I set this to 1, I don't know what's better. Should I be using VSync count or target frame rate? You know, that's the thing that I'm So I'm thinking, what is default? Unity, default. By default, it is set to 1. Is it? I'm pretty sure it's not, because what is the refresh rate of my, what is this? Dell 38 something something. What is the screen? How can I check what screen this is? Let's see. Displays. Let's copy that thing in. U3821DW, refresh rate 60. Yeah. So if this would be set to 1, then my game shouldn't go above 60 FPS, no? VSync. Have this disabled, so it does seem to be set to 1. Okay. 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 What if I turn it on? Yeah, it's set to 1. But it's like it's not working, you know? How can I check frame rate, you know? If you're in Ventura, pretty sure I am what is this? Ah, Ventura. I am on Ventura. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what we have here and if I can kind of see what the frame rate is. Although, like, because I see that with
Hey everyone, this is Andrew Tsoi.
It seems like it's set to 1 by default, right? Although I might not set this on start though. Well, let's see.
And welcome to my UPS. And this is a brand new feature of macOS Ventura called the Metal Performance HUD. I was able to get this to work using friend of the channel, Mr. Mac. Today I'm going to show you a method. I shared a method for enabling the Metal HUD globally. And this means that the Metal HUD can now be enabled for any macOS game that uses Metal, and it can also apply to Windows games using Crossover, as long as they are using a Metal translation layer like Molten V Renderer. And today I'm going to show you how to enable this. It's just...
Is Unity 6 using Metal? Okay.
A single command, and it's very easy to use. So if you haven't subscribed already, then what you need to have is a Mac that is upgraded. What we right hand side of the screen here, and then click on the spotlight icon. Then we're going to type in the word terminal, and then we'll click on the top line application here. And then what we need to do is to type in this command /bin/ launch ctl space set env space mtl underscore HUD underscore enabled space 1. Once we press return, then the Metal HUD will be enabled. So now that this global environmental variable has been turned.
Okay. Let's see if that worked. I'm gonna open my game through Steam. Because like I don't need games to, you know, refresh faster than the screen can refresh, right? There's just no need. Oh. So it does seem to be capped at 60. Which is good because I have a 60 FPS, like 60 hertz monitor, right? So I don't need the game to be refreshed more often. Okay, let's add these settings. Actually, let's just build this game. I'm gonna turn it to Mac. I'm gonna make a build and just try to open it here. With like the VSync enabled or not, right? It's gonna fly away. Computer say goodbye. That's not. Come on, Dane. Okay, thank you. You've been very helpful. Well, what happened? Hello? Okay. So I have to do that again. Let's do player prefs changer. Let's see it again. So with all of these, I want the target FPS to be 0. Right? Oh. This has to be 0 if VSync is enabled. Okay. So if VSync is disabled, the application is capped to 60, but if it's enabled, then it just lets it run free. So yeah, this now actually works. And there's still more frames, it's just VSyncing most of them. Okay. Let's try to make a build. Boom. And let's see how this works. Okay. Well, in the meantime, this is what I'm going to be working on today, kind of fleshing out the main area, or at least these two rooms, so they're not so empty. So yeah, we're gonna make a bed, we're gonna make a carpet, we're gonna make some closets, and yeah, we're gonna go from there. Okay, let's see what this made. Let's open settings. I think this is just better to leave it on. Okay. Oh, right. Wanted to check if I've kind of solved the issue with drop-down menus. I did not. Okay. So, yeah, how do I go about handling all of these at the start, you know? Yeah, so I don't set this anywhere, right? So essentially what I want to do is set this at the start, probably on Game Manager or something like that. Essentially we're going to do this. There you go. So we're gonna do vsync. We're gonna set it to 1, I guess. Yeah, 1 is gonna be default. And we're gonna do, we're gonna also do whatever I do here, right? Here we go. So this is what I want. Unity, target, frame rate, default. Oh, it is -1. So yeah, let's not do that. Let's do this, right? Possibly I would just do vsync count at 1. But I think people don't need 120 FPS. I think that's just overkill. I don't understand why so many people are pissed at games that don't have, like, that cap FPS at 60. Like, do you really see a difference? I mean, I guess you do a little bit. I'm not gonna be a stiffler about it, right? I think you can see a difference. Like, does it make difference? Maybe, like, if you're some, you know, high-skilled FPS gamer or whatever. But, like, for normal games, 60 is so freaking much, brother. Like, you don't need more. Come on. This seems like some, like, no, it's enough. I don't understand why is this, like, from where this obsession comes from, you know? That the games need to have 20 billion FPS or 120 at least, right? This is 2020 and your game has lower than 120 FPS? Oh, how much do you need, brother? It's a freaking pixel game. You don't need 120 FPS. Save your computer power, Jesus. Anyway, I'll see. Like, I'm you know, I'm a slave to public opinion on this topic. I will budge if people are gonna say, you know, we want FPS. You know, I'm not gonna go above 120. You know, screw you. You don't need that. But, like, I can do, you know, I can do this, right? I can be, you know what? Let's do that, because I think people are just gonna be, let's do this, you know? Boom. So you're gonna be capped at 120. So there you go. I think it's way too freaking much. I don't think people need this much FPS. No, you know what? Screw you. I'm gonna stick with my guns for now. And if there's, like, public outrage that this game has 60 FPS, then I'm gonna change this to limit it at 120. And then if anybody complains that the game only has 120 FPS, well, in that case, I'm just gonna cry real quick. And now I want to check this thing. So this is just, this just doesn't work. So let's go to main menu. Let's find ourselves some drop downs. And this template specifically. And where's, no, this thing. This thing. Let's just, what if I ignore you, you know? What if I just ignore this script? It needs to be like that. I think that was the problem. Okay, so settings, boop, screw you. Put it back to the update. Okay. Boop. Yeah, we can make it a little bigger, right? We can make it like 100 and 10. I think 10 items are fine to be displayed in a drop down, but more than that, no. Now, question is, isn't this what I'm looking for? Or what I'm looking at? It is. Where is this created, hey? Oh. Right, this is what I'm looking for. Now this is, where is this? Now the thing is maskable, right? Seems like the whole thing is maskable. Yep. So why isn't it getting masked then? You know? You get me? Why are you not masked? Yeah, this doesn't matter. I mean, why would it, right? But why aren't you, is it the problem that you have like a custom canvas, you know? I understand, it does need to be in front of everything. Right. Well, it's not the worst, right? It does work. It's just a little funky. I could also make it in a way that, like, if you scroll away from it, right? So it, like, it opens up. And this is like a small thing, like, no, but, you know, it doesn't really matter. The important thing is that you can scroll this thing, you know? So what about on a, let's close the thing and let's try to do that with a controller. See if I can control this, well, with a controller, right? I can. Good, okay, so we can log those changes as well. Jesus, there's already a bunch of shit. Fixed the drop-down menus in settings to be normal sizes and not be able to go off screen if they are really big. Okay. Edit VSync option to the settings, and now it is also set. It is also turned on by default. Which VSyncs the game to 60 FPS, and if you turn it on, the game is still capped at 60 FPS, but without VSync. Let me know if you would prefer 120. Okay. So that's that. So that's not like super weird when used. And do I have anything else? Yeah, this is done. Yeah, let's do these things. So how do we want to go about this? Well, let's start with the, I think we can start with the general, right? So definitely big ass table. And I think I want to make it like, okay, let's leave this in. We're gonna do general table, and we're going to draw that thing real quick. Let's kind of disable this, and then let's just draw a big ass frickin' table. Oops. Like this. We're just gonna get like the general shape down first, right? So what I'm thinking is just add a little bit of a shine. Like how thick do I want the thing to be? Pretty thick. Maybe not this thick. Maybe like something like this. And then we would have some legs. That are also really thick. So that's 4 pixels, 2 pixels away from the edge. Right? Something like this. And then I think even do this. Like I do really want to have a darker shade. This is actually not too dark. There you go. And we can also do like some, you know, damaged edges or whatever. Not too much though. You know what? He's taking care of it. Maybe we can do like edges like this, you know. And then the question is, do I want this to have some sort of a, you know, something like this going on? Although this looks a little bit too much like with some sort of a party. No. If anything, we would have some of this going on, right? But again, pretty sure I don't want to go this route. It's gonna just make the thing look really, really messy. So yeah, let's not do that. Let's just leave it like this, right? Just a big ass frickin' desk. Can still make some edges. We can do like a sharp edge at below, maybe not so sharp above. Right, like this. And obviously we would have the shade. The shade. Is this still a relevant file even? Let's check. Headquarters. No, it's not. Look at this thing. Yeah, we still have plenty of space, I think. Pretty sure this isn't used even. Oops. I've organized this a little bit. Okay. Okay. So yeah, we have the desk, right? What else can we do? Like, I think it does make sense that it's pointed out, you know, out the window. I mean, probably, right? Make it a little bit shorter so it's not so chunky. Should I do something like this? Although I could also make legs a little, how do you say, a little bigger, right? And do, or maybe do something like this and then kind of, like, let's just see, like what I'm trying to do is some sort of a shape that is a little more, this whole thing needs to just be a little bit lower. Something like this is what I'm thinking. You know, so it has these big, kind of more ornate legs. If I can make this look not bad, of course. That is the question. I'm trying to have like some office, like fancy office furniture references opened at the side. And yeah, maybe this is just too wide. Well, it kind of worked better before now. What about this? Looks a little funny though, I think. Also feels like it's really lifted from the ground, you know? if I make it more like this. That's not that bad. That seems like an ornate thing. And like we could make it a little thinner, kind of emphasize this edge as well. That might be a little too much. Well, let's leave it thick. Another thing that I'm thinking about is like have some fancy sort of drawers back here, right? So maybe like this kind of size ish. Maybe it has like a top that is a little bit thicker, you know? Maybe we can kind of go with the same style. Something like that. Might be a little high. And still do some legs, right? Should I do them like this? And then shit. Camera fell. Oh boy. So I think what I can do here is just add a shade, right? And then we can do a couple of drawers like this-ish. Should these have shades in the middle as well? It does separate it a bit more, which might not be bad. Now let's see if we can make some like fancy thing going on here as well. Looks fancy, right? It's kind of look weird with this, maybe. Yeah. This whole part is a little weird. I think I need to make a fuller edge like this. It's similar to this. Yeah, this looks better. Kind of grounds it a little bit more. Do you still do this though? Kind of puts it against the wall a bit more, I guess. And this also needs to be way higher. Unless I make this a little bigger too. Right? Okay. Maybe this thing should be on this side. So I think this needs to be in the center, right? It's kind of looking out a window, you know? Yeah, we'll see. Let's just look here. Let's open our headquarters. Yeah, probably something like this. And then we need like a chair, you know, like a sofa thing. Not a sofa, like a swivel chair, you know. Fancy office chair. You know, I'm talking something like this, right? Something like this, maybe. Go a little bit more square so I don't kind of have to work on it for 20 billion years and have it look horrible, right? Well, probably will be a frontal picture. You can do it in like some sort of greenish colors, you know. You can still decide on the color later. I don't think I want everything to be in browns, you know. So I guess really big base. Where's my? Do I have the general here? I don't. Let's find that guy, eh? I guess headquarters. you in. Okay. I'm gonna have this be a chair, right? So I'll just try to kind of block it out first, as per usual, right? Something like that. Probably gonna be mirrored, right? Let's move this thing up. And then, do I go this high? I mean this far? Probably not, right? But I do probably go a little bit more forward. Maybe like that. And do some like gold shit in here. Although that looks terrible. Yeah, that looks terrible. Okay. Moving on. Definitely make like an upper thing here as well, right? This looks a little weird, I think if we do this. Man, these are tough, eh? This just looks a little bit strange. Could be like this, just right, make it somewhat simpler. We need to do this in a different color because I can't see it. So I'm trying to do some sort of a leg thing below. Might not even be seen, but you know, might be. I want to deal with this when I decide, oh, you know, I might use some legs. Better decide that now. No, it doesn't, it won't have wheels. bonk. It's probably gonna be like something like this, you know? And then obviously the table would have some stuff on it, right? Some fancy official stuff, right? Probably like, let's do some sort of a paper color on top of it, and then we do, okay, let's just close this for a sec. And we do like a big paper, right? Like this. Let's make this into a group table. Drop this in and then create a new layer. Stuff. Let's do this, right? A big freaking paper. Like this. I'm gonna draw some stuff on it. I guess we're gonna start here. You know. Like this. Now does this need a shade? Do I need like something like this? Or is it a little much? And it does nicely, you know, deground it. I also do like maybe some books. At the corner, I guess. Maybe a little bigger, right? Maybe the bottom book could be red or something. What if I do this here instead? Right? And then here, maybe I could do like a letter, you know? Maybe a couple of letters, you know, like do another one in the back a little bit with an edge. that look like there's another letter? I don't know. I'll just make this. This back thing just looks a little weird though. You know? Maybe we should just place this like at an edge. Okay, let's delete the whole thing and just kind of draw it again, maybe like at an, you know, at a stronger angle, like this. And then we can try to do what if I do I just do it like that, you know. It's a little weird, but like at least it has some sort of uniform. It doesn't. Has some sort of an edge. Yeah, I like this. This looks good. Maybe like some pens or something. I don't know how how pens are gonna look. Just try to do this. Maybe have like a rider tip or something. I mean, it's a pen, you know. Okay. This looks good, I think. Okay, so what else do we want? Some pictures, right? Let's just do general. Let's just do office, I guess. Chair, okay. So I was thinking about having a, you know, the upper part of his kind of torso part. As a statue. Will this look weird? Possibly. something like that, you know. I'll just double this up. Yeah, then possibly some framed stuff, right? Right, I'm looking for shade as well. Can we get a shade up in here? Where's my cutscenes? Humby. Pretty sure you're using the right shade. Yeah. Okay. So here we can probably just have some, you know, plackets type of stuff again. We have like this be shining a little bit. it's a little too much. I don't know. Something like this. Well, that's pretty good, I think. Methinks. What if we make another table here with some like bottles and shit, you know? really chunky bottle of something, you know. Um, yeah, clearly no clue how to draw bottles. Definitely challenging making like a tidy bottle look good. I think that's what I'm struggling with. As I just make it like super chunky, you know. Like for instance, let's put this to the side here, and let's do a let's just do like a bottle like this, you know, just oversize that shit, and then you can have like a top be also a square thing. Maybe like this. And just make it super big. Just make it, you know, just make it insanely big and then be done with it. Like this. I'll have some light on that side where there's light. Right. Oops. Like this. Just make this whole thing like dark. Like, you know, like the inside of a some, you know, some really good drink inside. Not that I drink and I have any ideas how that would be, but like, you know, can you imagine? Like this. Now how to make the bottom? Probably I can make it have some shade. I mean the outline. Even make the top be like really squarish, you know? What if I de-chunky it just a tiny bit? Well, it looks kind of... Does it look good? It's hard to say. What if I extrude this part out a little bit? Like this. You can have some sort of a base here still. Like that. That's a big bottle. Now we could make some sort of a like length, like label like this. And just do some, I don't know, symmetrical thing. So you don't overcolor, or maybe not even that, maybe just nothing. There we go. That's chunky. Could maybe extend the table a little bit. Right. And then stuff on the table. Kind of bring a little bit up. It's a little comically big, but like, whatever. Can I make like a small glass as well? Or am I gonna struggle with that shit too? Just kind of go with the same shape. Right? Yeah, I think this looks good. I think this looks good. The chair also came out nicely, I think. I'm gonna copy this Could also make him have like a really nice thing on the ground, you know. Could make him have like a wooden floor. Might be a little much though. Let's try to see just how it looks. What if I do this? First time I use that function. Could have like a nice little floor, you know? we make like tiles, you know. I think it even makes architectural sense to have them be along this line, because it's a little kind of shorter this way, so it kind of makes it look bigger, right? Alright, let's save this a little bit as a preview. I'm not so sure about the door, right? The door just looks weird. But yeah, no, this makes it, this looks like a rich looking room. Really nicely, really nicely furnished, right? Yeah, I think this looks pretty good. Okay, so next, let's tackle. Let's tackle the player room. I'm gonna move him here as well. And then let's make another group. Oops. So this is gonna be player room. Let's just first make stuff. So what was my kind of initial idea for it? Right. Oh boy. Oh. So I want to make something that's a little more kind of beaten down, right? So let's do, you know, I have these kind of lockers. I've already drawn, and let's see. This is the lab. Let's copy some of these, just kind of as a base to start off from. Right. And we might make it be, can make it like a double thing, double whammy, right? Maybe we can do some different colors for them as well. I was thinking like some sort of a, you know, yellow stuff, although that might make it look a lot like this. Maybe we can do it like in these greens, you know? It's not much of a difference. Well, it is a difference in terms of it looks worse. What if we go in this direction? That looks kind of nice. And then we can give it let's give it a little bit of kind of depth, a little bit more depth, I guess. And then we can do some like a little bit of a like water look to it, you know. Do something like this. And we can do like some stuff here, you know. There's that tube beaten down. This looks kind of nice, don't you think? Or is it a little too depressing? Is what I'm thinking. Is it a little much? Maybe I'm also like thinking about it in the wrong way, right? Maybe this should just be used as a shine. And we kind of move all of this a little bit more up. Yeah. Then this would be like a shine. And then this whole upper part is then, you know, darker. So let's tackle that problem. So what I would want to do is something like this. Right. Well, apart from it looking like it's molding, right, which is not ideal, I don't think it looks that bad. Well, it might be a little too harsh in terms of how beaten down it looks, you know? Yeah, this might be enough, you know, just a little bit of beaten look, right? So we have this part. And then I was thinking like, I was thinking of a carpet. But is that a little much? You know? I'm just looking at some references. I am looking at some references. Because art is hard. Maybe he doesn't even need a bed. Maybe he's just gonna have like a couch, you know? Like a big old couch here, right? Maybe I like that idea a little bit more. Now, my gut feeling is I want to have a red couch. Yeah, I just love red. Let's give him a big old thing here. Like I'm talking big, right? Maybe like this-ish. Like this-ish. So what we would do is, we would kind of have this frontal portion like that. Okay, let's make this symmetrical. Nice. So this thing like here is going to be extended a little bit more forward, and then this part has a little bit less shade, right? And then I might even split this, maybe even in 3 parts, you know? Have this thing going on here. I can still make the thing, how big is this? Oh, this is symmetrical like this. Okay. So this would need to be just closer in. Okay. Let's not do that real quick. So this is now exactly the same size. Okay, that's good. I think I want to make the cushions kind of equal in sizes, and then we would have this whole back thing here, which I guess would start like here and then also extend, you know, a little bit further, and then this top part would be, I guess it doesn't have to be like super big. Alright, so something like this is what I'm thinking. Let me make it a little bit smaller, right? And then I can do some of this, right? And do some of this. Something like that. Should we do a shade here as well? Guess so. And also make it look a little bit ornate. Just, you know, a tiny touch. I can make it a little bit bigger then. So just like this, so I can do something like that, you know. It's definitely looking a little much. Like that. And then I guess this part kind of needs to go further back. Maybe this part needs to go lower. Or maybe both. How about this? Maybe. Then we would have sort of this thing going on. We could even do it like that, right? Okay, let's turn off the symmetry. It looks a little rough in a way. It's a little better somehow. But also split these parts apart. That just looks ugly. It looks ugly. The only problem with this is, I mean, there might be a few problems. It just looks a little kind of, looks a little much, right? Maybe if I use a little bit more subtle of color changes. Let's try to do a yellow couch. You know, it only looks jelly, but still. I should do a gray couch, just as a test. Yuck, looks like it's made from stone. Damn, my back. What about this? This is not too bad. What if I make these with these colors, which kind of not used in the game? Maybe this is where I need them. Oh, then that's definitely a really like rustic look, right? What if I make a blue couch? Well, the issue I have with this is this looks a little bit depressing, you know? What if I do this and then have these as kind of the brighter part of it? That's not too bad, right? It's a little dark. What if I didn't have this? Might make it look a little more, yeah, just better, you know? Maybe even make this part a little lower. It's just, yeah, it just looks a little bit more kind of relaxed, you know? Sometimes you don't want to go overboard with details. Thinking still, should I make just, you know, a couple of like highlights here and there, you know? I can still do it like in a subtle way and just have the effect of it. Because the light is on that side of the room, right? That might already be too much. You know, I might just be getting in my way with these shadings. Right? I like something that looks like in the making of a cozy thing. Just really think I need a carpet, you know. I don't know why. Like what if I make like a really fuzzy carpet? Let's try to make that red, I guess. How do you make a fuzzy carpet? Well, I don't know. Thinking you first off don't make it more rounded a little bit. Right? And then maybe just do some some of these things. Maybe even some of, you know, I was doing this kind of thing with an artwork that I did a while ago. Just kind of make these like types of things, you know. Yeah, I don't think this might be what I'm looking for. Might not be what I'm looking for. Is what I'm looking for. You know, an edge like this could kind of sell the shape of it a little bit. You know. You know, it does look fuzzy. It just, the question is, does it even look good, you know? Definitely doesn't have much taste. I can be that honest. It's a really depressing room with these colors. Let me be honest. I like this. It makes it look kind of, how do you say? a little bit retro, you know. I mean, you could just make this and then, you know, just be like, well, that's kind of it, right? Like I could still make, let's say, a stuff too, and we would make some sort of that circular lamp. And I like these lamps a lot. So that's why I'm kind of, you know, kind of thinking this from my perspective, I guess. You know. Like the colors of this room are definitely really ugh, right? That's, I think, the one-word description of it. I'm gonna try the red couch again. I mean, it's a little bright, but you know. It's a lot less depressing. What about a yellow couch? Right, this is not right, is it? No. Maybe we can just go with a yellow couch, perhaps. And then maybe carpet can be something else yet again. Gonna make this red. And again, it's, It's again a little much, right? This is not that bad, actually. Okay, what if I make the locker rooms red? Never gonna let it go, eh? And they just look a little creepy, is what they look like. I still try to make them look like they did. What if I make the lamp red? Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and... Can you get demonetized like this? I think that's like a compliment at that point, right? Wow, you sing that very good. Thank you for your money. Thank you. Ah, you give mercy. And you give water. Thank you. I've stumbled upon, or I've been shown Dungeon Soup the other day. And it hasn't gone out of my mind since. Oh, green is also kind of cool. What if I do green? Greener. What if I do green? Green furniture. Und what do I do here? This? That looks like shit. That looks like shit. It's just a shitty situation, you know? And everything looks like poo-poo. Then I do something like this. It's not that bad. Okay, what if I make his chair red? General chair. What if I make you red? Ooh. Fancy. Yeah, maybe we can do it like that. Like if I decide to make this thing smaller, I can still do that, right? Still make like a two-seater thing. Or make two one-seaters. What about that? What about that crazy idea? How can we draw this thing from the side, you know? I never like doing these things too much. Because it's always just a little bit harder than you might think it's gonna be, you know? What's the time also? A little bit more time I can do before I need my daily dose of breakfast. Okay, let's see. Let's put this down here so I have some space at the side. So then we can do, you know, we would do something like, I guess we would block it out again, right? So I guess this height would be about the same. Maybe we would kind of start the light part a little bit sooner, right? And then this part would be about here, right? Would it be? Most likely. And then I don't think this works anymore, right? This whole edge is not really relevant, right? This needs to be, essentially this part needs to be a lot wider. And then we do this thing. How big is this? It's 4 versus 6. Yeah, I think that does compute in terms of like what this should be. Maybe this could be a little bit wider still. And then we could just color this part in for now. Just figure out where this comes in. I guess not that lower, right? Like this. Well, I guess we can make this. And then, how do you do that though? Just make a lighter kind of edge. Is that the way? Doesn't look like that's the way, to be honest. No, that certainly doesn't look like the way. This is the way? No, this is not the way. Boom. Gets cooled. So what if I do this, for instance? If I do this. Okay, what if I do this? And then have this whole thing kind of stick out, you know? It's interesting how much harder this is for me. No, I don't want to do that. If I just do this, no, that looks just looks weird. So there you go. Congratulations on making it look bad. You did it. You're the best around. You're the best around. Okay, so what if I do, I guess that this inner part kind of stops a little bit sooner, right? Or does it? You know, this is what I'm thinking about. Uh-oh, look at him, he's thinking. Careful, everybody. Yeah, you know, the side view kind of sucks, the big one. Not gonna lie. It sucks the big old, big one. It's big. I think on this side I kind of make a lower shade here, you know? If it kind of wraps around the chair. I don't know how it would look behind though, you know? What is this? What did I do, you know? We might kind of see maybe some legs from this angle or something. That looks like shit, so thank you. Good move, good move. Maybe this part should actually be kind of more together. Together forever and ever. Also, this part could just kind of stop a little bit sooner and just have this back part be a thing. You know? I'm saying you know a lot, you know? Yeah. That one was accidental, actually. Ay, ay, ay. Horrible. Maybe this kind of frontal part is also a little shortened, you know? You know? Damn, like, learn some new words, man. Struggling not to say you know again. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, this looks like crap, but maybe it's good enough. You know what? Oftentimes it helps if you just kind of do the outline. Boom. Kind of gives you a rough shape of it. It doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look nearly as comfortable as the other one. But I guess, you know, it is what it is. What if I do this? Yeah, it just looks kind of bad. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's making it look bad. But it just looks kind of bad. It's a tough situation, you know? You get me? You know? One of these days, I'm gonna know more words, and then you better watch out. Okay. And if we just drop this, oh right, let's also make some shade. Shade. Boom. Good enough. It's good enough. Okay. And then we just drop it here. Boom. I'm thinking, like, how does it look if I kind of push it against the wall and lose the back edge? Oh. Kind of makes it look like it is pushed against it. I don't mind that. That's not bad. Starting to look a little bit more cozy. What if I move the carpet? You know, I'm thinking, you know, this is step one in you better watching out of what becomes of me. When he starts to think, you're all in big trouble. What if I do this? What the hell is this? What if I do this? Just extend this. No, it's not good. It doesn't look good extended, you know? I could extend this part though. That's definitely not a big deal. Because I kind of want to have the carpet be below both of these, but not below not below this thing. Although no, it doesn't look good. It actually looked better when only this was below the carpet. Or on top of it, rather. Okay, one last thing. Can I make... Let's try this thing again. And then if I move this a little bit more in. And I guess this could also be a little bit more here then. You know, just make it look a little smaller. And also, like, the player is, you know, yay big. He can sleep on the couch, right? Like, I'm kind of starting to think, you know, what's the point of this room? Well, it's a staging area. I remember when I was working as a janitor in a hotel, which sounds weird, but I did. It wasn't like a classical janitor. We were called janitors, but we rarely repaired anything. We were basically maids, right? But we were called janitors because it sounds cooler. And we were under the kind of control, or not control, but like under leadership of the janitors, right? There were like 2 actual janitors, and we were part of that group. But mostly we kind of set stuff up. Like the hotel had these rooms that they, like, how do you say, like stages that they also rented out. So we kind of set those things up. We never like cleaned rooms, just sometimes when there was like something really problematic that like maids didn't have the tools to do. But yeah, anyway, we had like this area for us, for the janitors. And essentially every good couch that wasn't in use in the hotel was put there so we could like relax. It was such a chill job, holy shit. Like we didn't, like oftentimes, I remember one day I was like really, really tired when I came there. I don't know why I didn't sleep. Oh, right, I was playing with a band back then. In a band? I was playing in a band back then. And I remember one night, like we had a gig, and we played overnight, and essentially, I don't know, we stopped at, you know, let's say 2 or 3 or 4. It was like 5 o'clock until before we kind of had everything squared up, and we went, you know, home. But like I started my shift at like 6, so I came there. I was, you know, up until 10 o'clock, I was kind of fine, but then I really got tired. And they were just like, you know, just go here, you know, relax. And we kind of had, the best couches were like really hidden behind all these tables and stuff. So nobody ever went back there because like the main janitor guys, they were cool. But then the main maids, they were really strict, you know, they're like, you know, we're working, you know, and that's fine. Like it makes sense, right? But like the janitor guys were just like really chill. They didn't care much. I mean, they were good at their job and they did everything, you know, really, really well. But yeah, we could, you know, if something was like that, they were just like, yeah, you know, just take a breather, right? Just relax for a bit, come back refreshed, right? Oh boy, that was a fun time. Ugh. I mean, I'm having fun now as well, right? I love making these things. It was just like, it's a nice memory, like how kind of chill that work was, you know? So I'm thinking this could kind of be like something like that, you know? People just come here to chill. The player can also sleep here, and you have this locker where you're gonna have those outfits and stuff. I was thinking about, like, I did want to have like another closet, but like, you know, kind of always a little bit harder, I guess, to design rooms in pixel art because you really just have the 3 walls to furnish, but like realistically you just have the one, right? Like the left and right, they're already kind of hard to furnish. And then, you know, the bottom one is just impossible, you know, especially if you want to make like interactable stuff. Like, what are you going to put at the bottom that doesn't look, you know, out of place? But yeah, we could use these chairs in other rooms as well, right? Like, he could also have a chair. But he needs to relax from time to time. You'd have like some sort of a relaxing area here, you know. But yeah, anyway, I think this looks decent enough. I think we would go make some shading on the carpet. Now that I'm looking at it. Just kind of ground it here. I can make this easier now. I can just do this. Hoi! Look at me go. Look at me go. I can start making those videos that are like pixel art beginner and then pixel art pro. And this is gonna be the first video about making outlines, right? Like a 10-second video, done. Pixel art pro. Nice. Good job, man. You're really good at this. I'm proud of you. This looks like shit. All of this looks like shit. Like this whole lamp looks like crap. What if I just make it black all the way? Yeah, it just doesn't. It has problems, right? That's the issue. It has problems. What if I make like a? Oh, that's a little better. Then I can still put a shade below it. It's a little better. Like when I say a little better, I mean, you know, it's a little better. I don't think I can ghetto. I don't think I can make an outline. I think it's just gonna make the whole lamp look way too thick. Unless, what if it would be like this, you know? Yeah, I guess that could work. I can just make this part kind of thicker. Make it chunky. Oh my lord. Look at it go. Also the bottom shape is kind of yuck. It's disgusting. Look at that flabby little thing. It's goddamn disgusting. Who's calling me? That's my dad. You're not my dad. Well, I'm gonna answer him, so I'm gonna be right back. Okay, we back. So I'm thinking, what if I make something like this? You know? Let's make it like this. And then I would make this not darken, but like lighten. Yikes, screen. And kind of lower the opacity. I might make a light like this in the Unity, right? I guess it will have to be quite not that bright. It's also, it just looks wrong, to be honest, now that I'm looking at it. It should really be around the lamp, you know. Like that. And then maybe it can just make it smaller, you know, it can just make a small little thing. I guess this is what I'm looking for. I'm just kind of trying to get a feel for how this would look in the game, you know. Maybe it should not even have these things. And then it can look like shit on its own. Yeah. For now, let's just delete the thing. Leave it like this. The main thing we need is this locker, so we can have like the starting setup thing, right? And yeah, I think that's about it when it comes to that. But like you see, this is nice about small rooms like this. You kind of really quickly furnish them, right? Like when it's something like big as this, it's like, what do I even put there? Right, and there, like, or here, right? I have like some random crap, like this table. Why is this here? And then this is like randomly placed. These things, you know, everything is just kind of, you get me? So that's why I prefer kind of smaller places. And again, you know, I can kind of furnish the top part. This is again here just like randomly. But I can furnish the top wall. And then the rest is kind of hard to do, you know. Same here, right? Top wall is kind of nice. Then everything else is just crap. But yeah, at some point, you know, this is gonna also be kind of more fleshed out and rich. It looks good. I guess that's kind of nice about, how do you call that? About isometric style, because you have two walls to work with. Although I don't like that style. And I also don't like drawing it. Like everything has to be in this kind of, in this, you know, in this angle. And it's just, I don't know, I think you can make a lot of really cool things. Like, you know, how do you make a handle here, right? It already starts to look weird. So yeah, I don't like asymmetric style. I do much more prefer this way. But yeah, it's just kind of hard to do stuff well. In terms of like bottom wall, right? I'm interested to know, like, how does it, like, for instance, how did Pokemon Red do that, let's say? Right, like, inside building. Yeah, I just kind of placed stuff that was relevant, right? I typed Pokemon Red because I played this. There's probably better examples, but I just kind of want to get a feel for, you know, Fire Red, maybe. Can these images be smaller? Yeah, this is what I remember. So everything does seem to be kind of, oh yeah, I guess the game is tile based, right? Makes sense. Because you're moving on tiles. That's usually, like, I almost forgot that. Or I did forget it. That Pokemon was a tile based game. Inside building. Okay, let's do, like, what was it called? Like center, yeah, like this, Pokemon Center. Like, this is something that was probably somewhat well designed because you know, you visited this a lot. But yeah, stuff is just like, you know, the top wall is furnished. There would be one image of anything else. Yeah, and then that's it, right? The interesting kind of idea is that, you know, the bottom wall was not really shown. So stuff wasn't hidden behind the wall, right? You could still see stuff on the bottom wall. Ah, there we go. Yeah, so bottom wall was not really being, I mean, no, it does cut out the part. Just kind of show the exit for gameplay purposes. But yeah, stuff was just basically just the top wall was, you know, furnished, and then stuff that is in the middle of the room. It looks good. It still holds up. Holy shit. Would be really cool to work on a game like this back then, you know, to be a pixel artist or whatever. That would be incredible. Oh, that's cool. Holy shit. But yeah, anyway. I guess that's just, you know, it's good enough. Oh, I was thinking about we could have like a small little club table, right? Maybe like this. Then we would just kind of make it like that, you know, that kind of a shape-ish. Oftentimes when I draw stuff, it seems like I can't really, you know, I don't have a really strong particular style, right? Seems like I sometimes just do a lot of different things, you know? But it's not bad though, I think. So let's just do, let's just make something simple. Let's just try to do this. This might be a little thick. And also let's just make it in the same style as the rest. So it has some sort of consistency. So what I'm thinking is we could just first make the whole thing like this, and then we're gonna have a lighter, oh, make it like this, and then have a lighter part. Looks a little weird that it's disjointed, I think. I just want to make it like this then. Also do it like this. And then we just kind of put a couple of little leggies down here. I'm making them like a little chunkier, you know? Definitely like how this looks. Just it's kind of weird that carpet has the same colors, right? I'm gonna try a red now. Or really like a purple, right? What if I go lighter? Oh, this might work though. This is kind of nice. I like that. Definitely put some stuff on the table as well. Don't know what, but also put some stuff on the couches. Thinking about what if I make this wooden as well? Kind of separates it from the outline a little bit. I think does work in its favor. Yep, that's good. What if we make like this couch different? And you know where I'm going with this. We're gonna make it red. Yeah, just red's not gonna work, man. Give it a rest. This also doesn't improve our situation. I just don't like using these colors at all, right? These are like kind of secondary stuff that is used for really kind of particular parts of the game. This doesn't look too bad though. Maybe. Make this one the same color. Oh, I like that. I actually really like that because these greens are again a secondary color in the game. Now I know I use it for the chopper, but like they're meant to not be used that much. I can see how I can just kind of try to color it in these colors. Yeah, it's still good, you know. I'm kind of really used to that one though, but like, you know. What's like also a nice shade for this? Maybe this could be. Let's leave it for now as it is. We're working on these things. I think this looks good. Kind of connects it to the color palette a little bit more as well. Then I can still have the green chair with this guy. What looks better, really? They're both good. Yeah, there we go. You know, trust in the process. I'm actually really happy with these colors now. But anyway, it's time for my breakfast. Holy shit, it's the best time of the day. It's all downhill from there. No, it's not. Well, sometimes the breakfast is it just hits right where it needs to hit. And you know. So yeah, I'm gonna be gone for 20-ish minutes, you know, as always. And then I'm gonna get back here and hopefully start adding some of these things to, you know, to the game actually. So I can kind of have this part done, at least mostly, and then move on to adding content that is going to be connected to this one piece of furniture only. The rest are just there as a, you know, they're just there. I definitely want to make stuff here at the general interactive, meaning I might add the doors as well. I might add the doors as well. But yeah, I want to make it interactable, meaning like you can kind of inspect them and get a little bit of lore or a bit of just, I don't know, some funny insight into, you know, into the general himself. I think that's gonna be good. Okay, one last change. Boom. Now it's perfect. So yeah, I also like this fuzzy carpet. I think it came out nicely, decently. So yeah, I'm gonna be right back after breakfast and continue work. So yeah, see ya. Okay. Ah, crap. Every time. One of these days, I'm gonna set up my camera before I try to say welcome back to myself. But this is not that day, eh? Anyway, let's continue. Okay, well, now that I have fresh eyes, I gotta say, this looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with how this whole thing turned out. I'm gonna make another little photo and do a little teaser. And so I really need to sort these out. I'm gonna drop them here. A little bit of a teaser. We're gonna see like if this part is kind of too dark, like the ground. But yeah, for now it's fine. Okay, so now I need to split this and put it somewhere here. Somewhere here, somewhere there. I think for now, we just, yeah, I don't know what we do for now. Let's open this up. Headquarters. Boom. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of space. Espace. But where to put it? Where to put this shit? Well, first thing that I can do is just move all of this here to the side. And then just kind of deal with them whenever we get to it, right? The pool, bye. So nothing is in the way, and I can just kind of start off from here. Just adding these things in. So I think I'm gonna do, I think this and that, this thing and that thing are kind of coming together. Right? And this thing. These two things are kind of combined. And then I need the chair. Really? Oh. Just this. I need the chair. The chair is very big, yes. Very big chair. Let's do this. Okay, also another thing that I'm gonna take from here is this shade color. Yep, let's do that. What else? And I guess the ground. Right on the ground. Can we do it like this? Nice. That's amazing. Oh my god. That is super amazing. Where am I gonna put this? Let's put this down here. I know this can be this kind of tighten here. This should be good. And then let's do the generals things. So the chair, the table, el table. Yeah, so it should be good like this. Let's put it here just in case. And then this thing, whatever it is. Whatever it is. Oh, what is that? Ew, what is that? Okay. Chair. I'm gonna do one bookshelf, or whatever this is. Is it a bookshelf? No one knows. And this, and then I think these I would actually split into 3 pieces. So let's do that. Okay. Position them here. Okay, that's the general's office. And then now let's do player stuff. So first, let's start with the carpet. And about this should be good. Then we can copy the stuff. Okay, let's copy it like this instead. And then we can copy the other stuff. Okay, so let's place these or position these. The locker room is gonna have to be kind of done again because I think I want to have separate doors. So I want to do this thing for them as well. And we're gonna color this in these things. And that's it, I think. And these are then gonna be just without doors, right? There we go. And just kind of copy this on all the parts. And we're gonna have, you know, some different stuff in there. I think I really want to just have it like this. We have 4 of them. They're gonna be positioned on top. Just to make sure that these are set, I'm gonna color the existing ones in. Okay, I think that's it. Save this. And then let's kind of, oh, right, another thing. I think I do want to add the doors. The doors. Do we want to add the doors? Let's add the doors. And then I can still think about adding a new, or like drawing something else on it, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, and then player room. I'm gonna call this player room 01. I'll copy this. Player room 2. Player room 3. 4, 5. Oh. And then we're gonna do 6 on this one. Seven. I need to check how these look. These are 12 and 22. 12 and 22. So let's do 12 and 22, and they're like this. Is that correct? Yes. I'll just make all of them like that. And 22. There you go. And we can do, how are these named? 2, 3, 5. No, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We're gonna do player closet 1. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then these are just at the same height. Okay. Do they need to be though? Probably not. We can do them like this. We can just in case make them bigger. We need some more stuff around them, or if something like hangs out. I'm gonna do player closet inside. One. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I guess let's move these down. That's apparently how I do it in the game. So just make this thing be the same for all of them. Okay. And then I think we're golden. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Okay. There's still plenty of space. Okay, now we can start furnishing, eh? Let's start with the player room, and what I'm gonna do for that is I'm gonna copy the interactable closet. We're gonna make sleeping quarters. Sleeping quarters. And let's move this thing here. We're gonna kind of change the thing, right? So you're gonna need a different image, which is gonna be this one. Boom. Actually, what we're gonna do Yeah, no, that's fine. And then closet door, we're gonna move them here. We're gonna make this and then we're gonna copy them on this side as well. This is gonna be 3 and 4. Boom, this is here. Next, we have a le couch. I think we can just kind of copy a piece of furniture just to have some sort of a, like, let's do small table. Let's do big table. But it's not going to be a table. I'm going to drop in the couch. El Caucho. And then collider can be a size of 2. I guess 1 is okay. Try like this first. This is couch. It's exactly here. Then we have couch. There's gonna be chair, rather. We're gonna make use of this one. Right here ish, a little lower. Right here. And then your collider is going to be, well, probably just like this. There we go. Next, we have the carpet. So let's do floor. I'm gonna drop this in. Right about here. Okay. And then we need another couch. This is going to be a table, coffee table. I'm gonna do this, boom. We're going to make the collider be a lot smaller, have a little bit of edge radius. Radio Gaga. We can do something like this, right? somewhat. And then we can move the thing to be where exactly? Does it have to be exactly there? No. Will I put it exactly there? Yes, I will. And then finally, have the lamp. Okay, let's see how this kind of works. So you can kind of know if like these sizes or these colliders make sense. I see. Yeah, we got a new room. So let's change these a little bit. Let's just be higher. Basically what I kind of figured, right? So make these two 5. Make this one 5 as well. But let's make it 10. So this is 5 and 10. Five and 10 and 3. 5, 10, 3. Okay, let's see. Let's now move them a little bit. So let's go to couch. So we're gonna first move this down by 5. Or up rather. Oops, no. Hey, that's great, man. What happened? Did you threaten them? Work, damn you! Okay. One don't have much time, said around 30 minutes per day. But you are just starting late. Okay. Damn. Okay. Let's see. This color definitely needs to be a little smaller. It just needs to be higher, as it seems. What about the table? I just need to pull all the colliders up a little bit. Let's put you up maybe by 2, and then also let's make it a little like this, and then same goes for you. Pull you up a little bit and then also make you smaller. And then the table, you need to just be higher as well. Let's see. Oh, that seems okay. So lamp, I'm gonna have you use this one instead. We're doing like a tiny gathering game to progress your house city. Nice! What's the theme of the thing again? Can't remember. Oops, wrong. Wrong. So yeah, this needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's make it 10 higher. So then chair. And do that, and then collider minus 0.65 times 10. Okay. Tiny world. Oh, nice. That's cool. And do you guys like know each other, or like how is that connection? Just have those doors. They're also not bad. Kind of like that effect as well, like having these doors be a little bit different. I don't mind that. But first, let's see the table. This one. So this thing is just, well, let's just make a capsule collider instead. Make it horizontal. And then make this a little bigger. Then I guess we also pull this up. And then we can disable this. Okay, yeah, that's good. So copy you. And then coffee table. Boom. And then locker room, no. This closet, we need to increase your collider. So we're gonna do just ×2 plus this isn't in the middle, is it? No. Okay, that's one thing, and then we're gonna make this one here. Ish. And then also, let's make door 1 and 2 use the base kind of images. I actually like how this looks. And then we also need, let's make this. We're gonna make this have no animator. There's gonna be stuff inside. Oops. Okay. Good. And then we have inside 1. I'm gonna duplicate this, name it to 2, and then 1 will just move here, and then 3 and 4. Because I'm probably gonna make this like a rack, you know. I know a French guy from one game we played together, hosting me from start, then he broke because of 12 euro kills, Jesus. But other from that, chat, tested his game, block when you go up. Nice. Oh. Okay. So this room is done. Let me save it before the Unity crashes, because that's usually when it likes to do it. Okay, good. I'm happy to try the game when when you'll have something. When the jam ends. And if you get a high enough score... No, I had to test it right away. Even if it's bad. Oh, God. Yeah, these two need to have colliders even slightly more up. And I think then we're closing. Okay. Nice. Room is looking good. Can open this shit. We're gonna have this F thingamajig, the right button, also reflect the position of it, right? So let's do that as well. Pretty good. Close this, save this. There we go. We can move on to the general room. General's room. So we have a reference. Boom. So let's do the floor first, because that one is kind of a given. And let's see, El General. Boom. Let's drop this in. Okay. Now we just need to, oh, oops. We need to fix it a little bit. First this, and this, and this. What else? And then just a little tiny corner here. There you go. Let's do it like this. But let's not like that. Let's just leave it in like that. And then you can start furnishing the thing. Also needs to be a lot lower, eh? Of course I didn't leave any space below, even though I knew I was gonna have to do this. Ugh. Come on, man. You're better than this. Well, you're really not. But what I can do is we're just gonna cheat a little bit. I'm just gonna add a new image. Boom. Let's do it like this so I can still select it. And then floor 2. Wait, didn't I leave one space below? So why is it stretched? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Floor 2. There you go. Okay, so we have this. Next, we can add a. Right. Let's do basically learn from what I've learned, and let's move this way higher, like up to here. Same goes for this one. It should just be way higher. Should basically always be drawn in front of the player. So we'll just move it like this. Same for all of you suckers. Also, I learned about scriptable objects and I might change clicker enemies to use them. Nice, man. That's huge. Let's apply this. Let's add the freaking door as well. I do have some doors in place already, I'm pretty sure. In the toilet. Door. Let's drop it here as well. Oh, yeah, that's actually smart. So we're going to be using this thing. We're going to be using drugs. I already know this is gonna work weird. Let's save first. Aha, Unity, I win this time. You cannot crash my progress too fast. Wait 10 minutes when I start complaining about this again. Okay. Okay. Let's see, door. What about, like this? So we could make this have just a little bit of a lower. No. kind of feels annoying, you know? You know what I mean? You're getting stuck in these walls. Look at this shit. This should go... Like, what are you, you know... What are you, like, bumping against? Well... Against nothing. Okay. Can I make this offset bigger? Is this the thing that I'm... No. Yeah, this was what I was kind of thinking about. Make this a little bigger. Hmm. Yeah. So what did I figure out? Well, who knows? This can go a little bit lower, maybe even like a little less out. There's a question about, like, does this even need to be here? Now for the player, I do think it would be a little beneficial to just have him have a smaller collider, you know. I'll just do this. Okay. And then let's take this door and drop it in the general room as well. In the general's room. We'll drop this in. Well, let's see how it feels. It's hard to say. Oh, nice. You can just kind of slide over it. That's good. Yeah, okay. Oops. This doesn't seem like it's spelled correctly, is it? Corridors. Okay, got it right the second time around. Okay, so let's continue then. These doors seem fine, so let's then do the room, right? Let's check it again, because it seems like it's a little high now that I look at it. Yeah, that's better, so you don't get stuck when going out. Yeah, good. So now, let's do the table again. Don't need you. Don't need you. Well, let's do the table, because it should work similarly. Copy this thing and paste it down here. Over there. And let's give you the right image, boom, and move you downstairs. And let's see where this is supposed to be. Supposed to be in the middle of the room, which does this seem it is. Oh, this is higher in this image, eh? Well, that's okay. You customize that thing. So you are gonna have a bigger colloider. We're gonna make you a box colloider. Give you a little bit of edge radius. No kind of no problem with that, I think. Can be smaller though, right? It's a little on the too thick side. think this might be enough. You know? So like this, and then we would remove this thing. And that's why I had to bring it lower. Let's see. Well, what I can do then is find this one, general, HQ general 1. Open this up. HQ. Let's do this. And let's find this thing. Actually, let's just copy you, right? Just have this thing as the thing that I'm looking for. No. Don't complicate your life, man. Just use this. So how high is this? So it's right at the top. So we need to put it like this. Like this. Okay. Just make it bigger. And just kind of cut off the what isn't needed, which is this part. So, okay. Still seems correct. Now we're just gonna have to make it a little bit bigger, right? Just, oh, right. This is like at the bottom. So let's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Apply, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see how this looks. Interestingly enough, this is too big, but that's fine. I can deal with too big. What is this? Why do you have such a weird position on you? This should fix the small issue. Glass wall minus 0.625 times 2. There we go. That's the position I need it to be. And now just how high it needs to go is the question. It needs to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pixels below. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think 2 more. And then this one is what? 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. And here it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. So that's done. That's done. Okay, so that's the giant desk. Then we can add the chair. And let's make this, well, it's just a chair. I'm gonna do giant chair. Drop this in. And bring it in. Right about here. Exactly here, interestingly enough. Okay, and then here we're gonna do a little bit of tweakage. We're gonna make a capsule collider horizontal. And then here we're gonna go a little bit lower. I'll need you. This might be a little big, but let's see how it looks. I think the pivot needs to be slightly higher still. Maybe like by 3 pixels. And then okay. Oh, messed up, didn't I? Right, it needs to be lower. Right, it needs to be lower, of course. Okay. There we go. Let's see how this feels. Now, this is the kind of stuff you absolutely don't have to deal with if you're working with a with 3D. But like, I think the next time when I do this, I'm just gonna make all of the colliders based on their ground position, right? And then just have everything be based on where their ground position is. Because like having collisions, you know, even if let's say, you know, let's say this is the player, I would have his collision be only here, right? Like a circle here. Let's make it white. this would be his collision, right? And then even if a bullet, like bullets that are like this, right? I would make their collisions here, right? The only problem is that like when this spins around, hello? Oh, right. The only problem is that when this spins around, I also have to spin their collider in a lower place, right? But I think I can kind of get away with this like in a combined way by adding a shadow on this object as well, right? So this is just kind of, you know, in 2 layers. But then I think I would never run into these problems, these weird problems as much. Nice, I'm a scary blob. Anyway. Right, so does this work? Well, I have to restart it. I think I would be able to just, I could just enable and disable the player. I'm pretty sure that would work, or at least the sprite, or at least click it. That might already do the trick. Yeah, so this looks good now. Same for the table, I think the table looks good. Okay, nice. Okay, let's go to the next part, which is the tables in the back. Yeah, those shouldn't be too big of a deal, so let's just do well, I guess table. This is gonna be drawer 1. I'm gonna use this thing. It's gonna be moved up here. We're gonna centralize the collider in the, oh, nope. Let's make you, oh, interesting, right. Minus 0.03125. So it's in the middle. We can make it 1 minus 0.625. There we go. And I guess we bring this a little bit lower-ish. Just a touch, perchance. And yeah, I think that's it. We just kind of move it into place, which is right here. There we go. And we can check if it works, because the other one is, there's going to be essentially a copy of this one. Essentially a perfect collision point. Yeah, ish. Could be a bit lower. I'm gonna do one thing though. Can I change this here? Probably not, eh? No. Okay. Let's pause this then. I'm gonna bring these lower. Like about here. And then your collider can go higher. Well, we can see how much lower I need to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that it? So 15. So I can just do plus times 15. We're gonna do do a little lower, right? Okay, let's see if this feels better. I need to drink water. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks good. Okay, so I can just copy this thing. So we can make another one. This is gonna be drawer 2. And drop this image in and just kind of place it on this side of the wall. And that's it. That's this one done. And then we need some photos. So we're gonna do photos. It's not gonna use a thing, and it's not gonna use a collider. Don't need that. I'm just gonna drop a photo in. I'm gonna do photo 1, 2, 3. We have 2. Have 3. And move them here. And then these need to be oh, hello. Right, let's put you all to 0. And then kind of spread you out here. So this is gonna go exactly here. And this one is gonna go exactly here. And then these are gonna go exactly here. Huh, are they gonna go so high? Probably not. Probably about here feels good. Like that maybe. So yeah, there we go. And I think that's it. Oh, right, we need another drawer. I'll just make this drinks. We're gonna drop this one in and position the thing down here in the corner. Like that, and then we need our collider to be tucked away a little bit. Okay, I think that's actually fine already, like this. I'll just check, see if everything works as it should, and then I think we're done furnishing these. Yeah, I don't know how I thought about that one though. So let's fix it. Maybe 8. 8 could be good. So drinks minus 0.065 times 8. Then collider needs to be plus this amount. Okay. Let's check it one last time, hopefully. And then we're kind of done with that. Well, hello, General. What are you doing? Could do like this bottle is 2,500 years old, according to the General. Some dumb stuff, you know. So yeah, here we're gonna have the thing. There we go. Nice. I think this is now, you know, kind of starts to flesh out this whole area, right? Like it did look really weird, like this whole part being empty, right? But now this being, you know, a separate thing, I think looks good. You know, like it's still missing a lot of things, and there's like no sounds on the doors. It's probably something I would be nice if I did. I'm quite happy with this. Also, one thing, am I seeing correctly that this is not using the right shade color? No, it just feels like it's not using, it feels like this is just regular shade. Huh, how is that possible? Well, whatever. Just a sec. Okay, we're back. So, where were we? This is done, essentially. Of course, it's not interactable yet, but like, we'll get to it, right? We'll get to that. I'm thinking where to go next. Let's do add sounds to doors in HQ. It feels really weird to not have any sounds. Okay, did this. Did this. Okay, let's fix the big boss. Because it's a little awkward that it doesn't work properly. And then we can also test it a little bit, like how crazy it is. This guy. I'm missing this one. And then we need to test it because it hasn't been kind of tested with this new thing. The bullets from him also don't seem to work. Modules, neutral, egg bullet. So it seems like this bug lure just doesn't work. Let's see. Let's see if this hat gets triggered, right? Debug.log, blah blah. The good old classic, works for everything log. Let's continue, which should load us into the same boss. Perfect. Bwah. It is triggered, but then this happens. Oh. That's not good. It's not really smart that this is on this, that this is on here. So let's do let's find the biome manager. I think I'm gonna do this here rather. Specific wall spawn. What? Yeah, that's dumb. This cannot be default. This is just, it just is what it is. We're gonna do biome manager. And then you are gonna do this. There we go. So now it's independent. Oh, right, and it worked in the levels because it was a level, but it doesn't work in the boss level. That's funny. So like a lot of his attacks just didn't work. Okay, so let's see if I can survive it normally. Now obviously I have no bullets, which is really bad for this boss because I have no AoE, right? Yeah, you just kind of have to focus it, right? Like there's no like enemies that are really getting in the way, right? Like these are kind of staying away if you don't engage them. We'll be interested to see like how strong this gets later on though. But yeah, okay. Let's remove this. We can do changes, fixes. Big Booba. Was fixed to now actually spawn bigger, to actually spawn blockers as well, and that its bullets actually spawn critters when hitting walls. That just wasn't working, right? Also gonna do player room and general. Players room and players and generals rooms have rooms in the HQ have been furnished. have finally been furnished. There we go. That's a new thing to be written down. Okay. I'm thinking that maybe enemies' health scaling should be bigger than it is. Because like, I was watching a friend of mine play the game yesterday after like a year and had no issues. And I saw that like you could really stack a shit ton of damage without too much like issue. Maybe it should just be reduced, you know? I don't know. Either reduce the damage or increase the health scaling of enemies. Because I think now, like in the late game, there's not that many enemies anymore. And you just kind of kill them really quickly, right? Man, it's hard to say. Check the whole game. Okay. Let's see, what do I want to do next? Want to check what starting items I do actually have. So I guess these, right? Starting. We're gonna call these setup. Let's add another conditional thing. I'm just gonna say if text is exactly setup, or let's say if it contains. If it contains setup, we're gonna make it yellow. So these are the starting items. So critical hits deal exactly 35% of enemy's current HP. Boring. Whenever you destroy a blue mushroom, gain 1 ability charge, but gun accuracy is reduced by 50%. That's also pretty boring. I'm gonna do something similar, but this is boring. Now, why is this boring? Wait, what was my new idea for this? I think it was better. I think, yeah, your cooldowns are slower, right? Like, I don't know why your gun accuracy would be reduced. I think this is because I was just kind of doing something else with this. So yeah, we're just gonna change this one. We're gonna say destroying, yeah, it was different because destroying blue mushrooms was a thing back then, but now it isn't. So destroying a blue mushroom recharges, refills 1 ability charge, but ability cooldown is increased by 100%. Destroying a blue mushroom refills 1 ability charge, but ability cooldown is increased by 100%. That's going to be the new thing. So we're going to do something. We're also gonna say setup doc. This is gonna be a doctor item, right? This is, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 9 items. Which is exactly how many starting items I want to have in the game. Because I want these items to be really interesting, right? Kind of really give you something different to play around with, right? Not have like a bunch of them and all of them be kind of generic and boring. I want them to be interesting, to kind of change the way you play the game. So which are also kind of shit. Hatchlings deal double damage, but non-hatchlings deal half damage. These seem like they could work sometimes at some point. Maybe I should just make new ones, you know? And just kind of leave these in. Like what I have here. So yeah, whenever you take damage, if possible, a hatchling will sacrifice itself to reduce that by half, but start with 10 max HP. Melee attacks deal no damage, but spawn 2 hatchlings if anything is hit. Right, these things are kind of way too specific, right? Like these are like, you know, this is, all of these 3 things are kind of something that a character would have, right? Or an outfit, not something that you would gain from these random items. So I think these are just bad, right? Mortars hone in on the closest enemy, but gun accuracy is reduced by 50%. Take half damage from melee attacks, but double damage from projectiles, and decrease the AoE of all something and by half. Yeah, this one was just convoluted as heck. Every bullet and shell is fired twice, but the damage is reduced by 60%. Again, a fun item, but kind of, you know, bland and generic and boring. It doesn't do shit, and it's just pretty good most of the time, right? Because most of the time you get some sort of a status effect on the bullets, and then this just becomes crazy. This should reduce it way more, if anything, right? Which is a really interesting premise for a character, right? Somebody that just has a shit ton of fire rate, or everything is shot twice, right? But deals just way less damage. It is dangerous, kind of like for the experience of the game. It is kind of dangerous in terms of like, you know, reducing visibility. Critical hits deal exactly 35% of that enemy's current HP. This one again, I don't think this is a good item. I think something that has infinite scaling is just bad, right? I don't think this is good. Because this makes it equally good all the time, right? Throughout the game. The game cannot scale out of this in terms of enemy health. It also makes, you know, crits equally bad all the time, but it just makes them the same, right? And like building a bullet around a crit and like giving it a shit ton of damage is just not going to do anything. It's just kind of, I don't like this item at all. So in summation, I don't like these items altogether. I think all of them are bad. Like also this, like hatchling will sacrifice itself to reduce that damage. Like, do you know how convoluted this is and how awkward this is to kind of proc and track? Is just bad. Like, it's interesting, but it's just bad. Hatchlings deal double damage, but non-hatchlings deal half damage. Sure, right? This might be a thing, but definitely doesn't need to be an item. So yeah, basically all of these are bad. Okay. We're gonna change all of these because all of them are shit. Something. We're gonna see. So setup, dock. This one is good. I like this one. Then we're just gonna change. I'm gonna change all these three to dock items. So the second one is gonna be like twice as many, or let's just say red mushrooms are a lot more common, but disappear after a couple of seconds. So this could be used by a character that kind of spends HP, right? Or it could reward players that are, you know, actively seeking out red mushrooms. But it doesn't like change the game in a weird way, right? This just kind of gives it a slight difference, right? And I think this is an interesting item. And this is also going to be unlocked by dock. At least that's the idea, right, for this item. And also I also didn't draw any of these. They're just kind of recolored sprites from the previous game, so nothing is lost here. So we're also gonna say this something. And then we're gonna have a gun mod, right? Which is gonna be, let's see. Where is that thing? Where is that thing? Character ideas. So this. Magazine is split into two smaller parts, swap between them with shift. Does this make sense that it's from the doctor? I think so, in a way. It could also be from the scientist. I think this is fine. There's going to be setup, mag mod dock. So we have the three dock items, right? And then we're going to have the scientist is going to have, magazine has one more row for modules, but reload time is twice as long. Magazine has one more row for modules and is so magazine has one more row for modules and is only 6 slots long. Let's just say, but magazine has one more row for modules, but is only 6 slots long, and reload time is twice as long. And I don't know, this might actually be kind of too strong. And I might have to kind of come up with a different solution for it. Maybe it might also be too weak. It's kind of hard to tell if this kind of a thing would be good or not, right? So a magazine has one more row for modules, but is only 6 slots long, and reload time is twice as long. Like, I'm thinking how this would work in the context of the game. Right, you would definitely shoot way less. Maybe the fire rate could be lower as well, right? You kind of have more, you have stronger bullets in a way. And then I don't have to make it shorter. I can just make the reload and shoot speed lower. I think it actually makes sense for fire rate to be lower. There's one more row for modules. Magazine has one more row for modules, but reload time is twice as long and fire rate is lower by, let's say, I don't know, 30%. Right, so you have more of a, you know, how do you say, you have more of a, like, you think about what you shoot a bit more or something like that, you know? That's the idea, I guess. I think this feels good. Okay, let's go next. And then the other one would kind of do a different thing. Oops. So this is going to be setup, mag mod. And I don't know if this is going to be, if magazine mods are going to be like a separate thing. So you can kind of select a magazine mod and then one of the starting items, there are going to be like 6 of them. This is something that I haven't decided just as of yet. But yeah, definitely going to select a character and an item. Now let's make this one. So fire rate is increased by 30%, but the magazine has one less row for modules, right? So this is an engineer setup item. So you shoot faster, but you can kind of make stuff a little, like it's essentially the exact opposite of this one, right? It's just that this one doesn't have a faster reload speed because I think that's not really necessary. Like this might not even, like this one might not be that good actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Or it could be like reload is not that long, right? So you do kind of dish out a lot more damage. And it's supposed to be a small change, right? It is supposed to be something that's like, huh, is this really good? Or, you know, maybe it isn't. Same for the split magazines, right? You like reload a lot and you can't make, you know, as convoluted of a combo in terms of, you know, some of those effectors, right? Because you're going to be stuck reloading a lot, right? But yeah, we'll see. And then these are kind of still to be determined, right? I haven't gotten an idea for starting items that you would get from the scientist and the engineer. Just got them for the dock. So one is gonna make a red mushrooms change, one is gonna make the blue mushrooms change. And I think both of them are really kind of interesting small changes to the game that kind of, you know, skew your play style in a certain direction, right? But they don't really change the game that much. And I think that's interesting, right? It gives you something really good and something, you know, really bad, so it balances out. It just changes the experience. It doesn't make it better. It changes it, right? And I'm trying to think in a way where these items are going to be really interesting with the characters as well. Okay, you know, since I don't know exactly what to do next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the player art for the second kind of outfit. Because I know that the outfits are going to use, you know, player sprites, right? Not player sprites, what I'm trying to say. Oh, can I need to figure out which sprites I need to color over for the characters. And I guess it's going to be easiest to do that in the actual character, like in the player thingamajig. Where is it? Player sheet. This, right? It's going to be easiest to do this here. Well, I need the idle. I need the run. I need the reload. I don't need the reload, right? Jump in, I do need, and jump out. These two are necessary. I need the walk. And then, yeah, these I'm kind of trying to avoid, like these two. I don't need the melee, which is good. I do need the death. But again, it's pretty simple. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Yeah, I don't think there's like a lot of work to be done. I mean, ish, right? What's the sign? What is this? Okay. So let's make a new frickin' thing. You know, like I just have the body. Oh, the body is the whole thing? Really? Oh, perfect. Because this is the only thing I need to draw. Yeah. So we're gonna do NG suit body. Well, it's gonna be a different body. Oh my lord. Yeah, it's gonna be different. So what I need to do here is just kind of change their colors. So, okay, which ones do I need? I need the idle and run. I need the jump in and jump out. Jump around. I need the walk. We do the walk. And I'm, like I said, I'm trying to avoid the wake up thing. They might just kind of change you back to the suit you were, you know, you were using before. But it's also not that bad. Like I can easily draw this too. It's not that bad. We're gonna draw this one too, whatever. And then the melee also I don't need. So there's like really not that much shit I need to draw. So let's kind of conceptualize how this thing would look, right? So we have the player here. Let's bring it over here. We're gonna make a concept for the engineer suit, right? So the idea is that he's like some sort of a, you know, okay, let's bring in the engineer as well first. The idea was to make some sort of like digging suit. So I can take these here. I'm gonna need all of them for references. So we have this one. So I think since he gives you the suit, I'm thinking it's gonna be like too big, right? it's gonna be a little too big for you. So we're gonna do, you know, I'm gonna give you too big of these kind of shorts, you know. Maybe it's even like this, you know. Like they're just a little big. And then the upper part, I was thinking some sort of a yellow thing. I don't know why, but let's just see how that works. I mean, I guess this whole thing could be, you know, like a... Okay, let's make this part of a new layer first. Let's put this here. Just kind of disable it for now. So I was thinking this could be, you know, it could be like some sort of an overall thing that you have going on. Like this, and then kind of two buttons maybe, right? And then below, we would give you this like oversized thing. You know, I think this looks pretty good. Okay, could I make it even bigger? I might kind of make his butt stick out a little bit too. Yeah, now he's really starting to look fat, not just dressed in a big suit. So like this, and then we might also do some sort of a hat. What's like a mining hat, right? They do exist. Mining hat. Yeah. I think I can do something like this. You know, I'm just gonna put this to the side here. So, oops, let's do, you know, a yellow, obviously. And then we can do, I guess, start it like this. And just kind of put your whole head in a hat. Like this, you know? Something like this. And then we can do some sort of a light in front. Is this like too far? Maybe like that. And then here we would do like that, right? Is this weird? And then, you know, all of this would be darker, of course. how does this look, you know? Should this part be kind of extruded more to the front? Is this better? No, I think I actually kind of got it well, or made it well. Oops. Maybe like this, and then we can do some of this. We could do some of this real quick. Ah, yes. Could also give him like shoes, just like the NG has. What if I give this foot, if I just bring it forward? Because now like your legs like 5 apart, so yeah, I guess it makes somewhat sense. And it has like a really distinct look, you know? Right? You can't miss this, you know, in regards to this one, right? You see that like he's dressed differently, right? So yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Pretty good, looks pretty good. My God. Look at it looking good. Holy. So yeah. We have a reference of the body. Look at that body. Holy. Where do I put it? Here? So this is like, this is the reference, right? So we delete this. Bonk. Right, so it's still the same character. It's just, doesn't have his backpack, right? So it's this, and then it's this. Right, you have big pockets. You don't need a backpack. You have giant pockets. And it gives it this distinct look, right? So I think that's good. So let's just delete these. We're gonna make this be like, have a 50% opacity. Oh my God. So let's copy this. Boom. Okay, so what I can do as well, to not kind of struggle with this so much, I can just move these to the side a little bit, right, like this, and then just kind of work on them here. So pans down. Sounds wrong, but it isn't. You'll never get me. This looks even more like it's empty, so yeah, I do like that. Let's change this in the reference. There we go. Okay. So pans down, and then body down. Let's also disable the gun. Pans down, body down. Basically move what hasn't been moved yet. Bonk. And then we kind of copy this initial frame, right? Just trump this. How did I make this auto hide? God damn. I don't like that. God damn. Where's my, what is this? Is this a taskbar? Or what is it called? Dock? No. How did I find a shortcut to do this? God damn you. Okay. So it's gonna be a little bit less animated, right? Because he has a hard hat. Unless I want to do something like this. Could also be funny, like saying it's too big for him, right? It kind of jumps up and down as you... Could also just have like the front part kind of stay behind. I think that looks pretty nice. Maybe I don't need to overcomplicate. Oh, right. Why does this... now this doesn't make sense anymore. So let's just leave these dark, you know? So it's not like... yeah, this looks good. I like this. Okay, run. We are next, we do the running. Oh, yeah. We can also try to see how this looks if I put them in their place. I'll disable this. Yeah, lovely. I think that looks just lovely. Okay, so now we need a running thingamajig. So I'll just take the base frame. So we do this. And then well, we kind of have the legs at the same places, right? So we can just figure that out like that. Right. So like this, and then the back leg will definitely hang like that. And here we would kind of stretch this up a little bit more. And face this forward. Again, we can do it without the gun. So like that, okay? And then I think I need like a normal frame. Oh, this is actually more stretched than I did it. Huh. mean, but I can just lower this, right? Then we just use the normal thing. Yep. And then let's just kind of do something like this, I guess. It should be like this, actually. And then we're back to stretched version. Let's go here. Just find the position of the legs. So this one needs to kind of start going forward, right? And then this one just kind of stays in the back. Then we're gonna do this one here. And then this one is again condensed. Right. Let's use this frame, for instance. But we wanna put it up. Alright, I guess it's this frame, right? Just with the other leg going forward. So we would do this, and this one would go a little bit, less forward, I guess. Which is, I mean, sure. Right, so we would have something like that, and then around this area is where we would start seeing the back leg, you know. So essentially I just need these 3 frames here again, just with the other leg forward. So we're going to be pulling this one back a little bit, pulling this one front a little bit. Kind of more of a condensed look for this one. one would go a little bit more back. And same goes for you. And same goes for you. Right. And then if I move these here, disable this one, enable the gun, we have a running animation. Right. So then we have the walking, which is, I guess, the simplest one in a way. Oh no, the jump in and the jump out we still need to do, which are, I guess, kind of the hardest ones to do, but I do need them. It is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, running is pretty hard as well. Okay, so let's take the base kind of thing again, and let's see how we do here. Okay. So jump in. Let's see what we do. What are we doing here? Okay. So this, from this to this, right? So we kind of go, right, so we stretch even more, which I think I'm gonna do something in this department, and then we just place this here. Okay, so I don't have to do that many frames as well, that's good to know. So like this one is the same as this one and slightly different than this one. So essentially here I just do even more of a stretch. Maybe without this. So let's copy this one again and see what we have to do with it here. So this is my position that I need to be in. And then this upper part can really kind of stretch forward maybe. Like this. And also move it, oops. And move it like that. And also you take the bottom part from, you know, the base. And kind of duplicate this and just then again figure out where we're at. Right. So this kind of stays in the same place. You can just then figure out where these are supposed to be. Right. So boom and boom. And then again, let's take the base portion. And then the head, I think, is a little bit to the back, right? Just kind of maybe push this up a little bit. You know, like this. And also this thing. And then here, we have the same frame as this one. This almost the same frame as this one. Oh, it's just moved a little bit. So we take this. right? Boom. That's like two pixels more forward. Just did this. So then let's see if I move this whole thing. We don't need this one. We move this whole thing here, right? Disable the body. So then I can just take these. I think it would be smart to duplicate them, just in case. We'll do hands ng. No, let's just copy the whole thing. Nice. It looks weird, a little bit weird here, but like in the game it looks good. There we go. Okay, we have the jump in and the jump out. We can now work on the walk thing. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like drawing new characters is not that big of a deal actually, since it's just, you know, okay, so yeah, let's do this one. And delete this. And then let's find a suitable. But let's place again all of these things to the side. I see why I have them set to the side, because it's easier to kind of find similar frames. So like this one, it's essentially the same thing. Good. So just move this leg forward, forward. And let's also copy this frame so I can kind of have a reference to what it is doing. Oh, just raises the leg and kind of pulls it back. Sure. So raise the leg, pull it back. Okay. What else do I have to do after this? Just the wake up. But yeah, like I can do like in an hour or two, I can make a whole, you know, animation for a new outfit. So then it's just about adding it to the game, which I think is gonna be the hardest first time around, because I'm gonna be figuring out how to do it. After that, I think I can just duplicate the override animators to kind of use the correct, you know, basically I'm gonna have to make an override animator. But like after the first time I do it, I'm just gonna, you know, duplicate the override animator and just change that. It's gonna be way faster. And I'm also gonna know exactly how to set up the new sprites. Because I don't think I'm gonna be exporting everything. I'm just gonna be exporting the things that need to be exported. So no reload, basically just the frames that I'm working on. No melee, oh death, I need death though. Okay. So the whole body goes down here. I'll just put the whole thing down. Bonk. And kind of step on this leg in the front. And this one goes back 2 pixels, which is quite a it's quite a step. And then here we go 2 pixels back with this leg. And this one we bring where do we bring it? So here. This one is a little bit more to the front, has the back leg, but this one is in exactly the same place. Here we do stay kind of in the same place. So we're a bit more behind. And this one goes 2 pixels back. So it lands about here. And then again, oop, 2 pixels back, so here, with the front leg. And this one we can't even see, I think. It can even be like this. Then all we can do is add some of those head bubbles. Now the question is, do I also do it on the downwards direction? I don't think so, but we can try to do that. Might be a little too much movement though. So we would do that here. Yeah, which is nice because now running has more movement than this, right? This makes nice sense. Okay, let's move you here, and let's hide you. All right. Okay, I have the wake up, which I really don't want to do. I don't know why I have such gripe with this one, but like, look at this shit. Kind of thinking like, do I really need this in the game at all? Okay, sorry. So yeah, do I do this or not? Like how would this be differently in, how would this be kind of, how would this happen differently in the HQ if not for that? Like it's a small thing. I could also just skip this part, right? Just you can just spawn here. Ah, this is so nice now. Like I love that this is part of the, this like kind of you know, set up properly. And here's another thing, right? I want to make some stuff like, you know, you being able to sit in a chair and stuff like that. But I'm just afraid if I do that for the player, then it has to be done for all the outfits. So another way would to just, or another like option would be to just, you know, have the outfit kind of, you take it with you, but it gets set up, or it gets set to you when you kind of, you know, start a new run, right? Yeah, I think this is in a nice location. But yeah, like I was, you know, I could add so much flavor to stuff, right? You could maybe sit in the chair and then the general comes in. He like warps in from the back, like teleports in, like, what are you doing? You know? Oh, there could also be some interesting ideas about, you know, you looking at this and then like you don't understand, right? But then maybe after a while, you know, go check it again and it's something different because you have a better understanding of the game. So there could be like a different conversation on this tablet. I'm just kind of thinking about stuff. Sorry that I'm like a little bit silent. But yeah. Oh right, I also have to make the back sides of all the characters, which is not even here. Huh. Right. Wait, so I just drew them, right? Where's my character sheet? Yeah, so I just basically, but like how did I make them in this sheet, like one after the other? Oh, I guess it's just the normal ones, and then I added the behind ones. And then I kept on adding stuff to the character sheet. Yeah, that makes sense. But also, like, for which do I need that? So I need it for, obviously, the idle and the run. And then these two don't need it. The walk needs it. And that's it, right? The others don't need it. So walk, idle, and run, which is essentially just coloring it a little differently. And I definitely have to figure out exactly how that looks from behind, but like that shouldn't be too big of a deal, I think. I could also just draw them here, right, and not kind of so I can see them in the animation. And finally have that be part of this. How do you say? Of this file. So I would just do this, and then move this out, and this would be idle back, right? Just not have this one here. Just have these. Just kind of color them in. Because like, how would this look from behind? Yeah, this would be nice to again have a reference to how this looks in the game. So take this, have it be here. So I just kind of colored the whole thing. Color the whole thing. Right. So essentially what I would do here is just kind of flip this around like that ish. Just have this whole part be a little darker, right? And then this part would also be higher, right? And without buttons. And then I also swap these two things. Let's also copy you. Right, so these are the two kind of frames. So I also swap, I just swap the colors of legs, which, I guess it works. But I need to do a little bit more here. Right, like I need this to be bright, and then this should be dark. And then on the head, we would just do this. And like this part would be darkened. Or cleared, right? So it is an involved process for sure. This kind of stays the same, right? And then here I just do this. Huh, even more, just do it like this. And then on the head we do that, right? Oh, just color the whole thing. Sure. Right, and this. We do it like that, do it like that, and we do it like that. Yeah, this is gonna be an involved process for sure. Like it's not too big of a deal. Because I can also just, you know, as I'm done with this, I can just do this and this, right? There's like a lot of overhead that I'm doing right now, right? Later I can just kind of copy all of these things. Right, this one, again, I just have to draw it once, but as I, you know, figure that part out, this is just going to be used in the same way for all of them. Boom, right? And these things too, right? It's like, it's actually less complex from the back, right? So just drop the pants, right? So I can just kind of, just do this. Right, and extend this part, and then here we kind of do the same thing, but push this back up, and this is easier to do from behind, right? Right. So yeah, again, a little bit involved, but like, it's not that big of a deal, right? There's gonna be new tag, run back, right? Kinda, again, have to do a couple of frames, but then things just stay mostly the same after that. Yeah, okay, wait. Let me just check my messages. Boom. Like again, I just need, yeah, the run, the idle, and the walk, right? Yeah, that's fine. Those are like really, this is basically the same amount of work as I had right now. Maybe a little bit more with the run. But yeah. That's fine. That's really not that bad. And yeah, I can make, you know, new outfits like this. I just want to make 3 of them on the initial release. But I'm thinking I can definitely make more of them later on. I think this is not like too hard of a thing to do. And all I need for outfits is just some sort of a base mechanic for them, or some sort of a like starting stats, and then a starting ability, right? And that's, I think, the beautiful thing about it, because like with the previous game, when I wanted to make a new kind of character, it was a shit ton of work. But like here, I can just make some small changes, and you know, of course, make the animations. Like the animations are actually gonna probably most of the time be the biggest part of the challenge, apart from maybe like testing if the thing works properly. It depends, I guess, how complex the idea is, right? But yeah, like I'm seeing, you know, I'm thinking about, or I'm kind of, I'm thinking about games that have a shit ton of characters, but like most of them, like for instance, Tiny Rogues, right? That game has a shit ton of characters. Like if you check them, it's basically just a couple of sprites, maybe 2, that are, you know, swapping between each other when you walk. If that, right? And then just some jumble starting stats and some passive effects, but it's like 0 work to create a new character. I mean, 0 work. There's obviously work and you have to design it, you have to, you know, get an idea for it. But like in terms of like how much work it is and how cool it is to have a new character in the game, it's in an insane value for, you know, in terms of the developer, right? And I'm trying to think like, I want to make characters really interesting and cool, but I also don't want to make them, you know, just, you know, that they look the same or that they're like really, you know, low effort. I want to make these unique animations for them and just, you know, have people see that they have a different character, you know, or different outfit in this case equipped. And I think that's going to be really cool. Yeah, okay. Maybe this one needs to be like darkened from time to time, like when it goes back, you know, so you can actually see it being the behind leg, right? Perchance. Yeah, this is worse. I mean, it works for the walking, I think, you know. So yeah, we have the idle back, we have the run. We're working on the run back. We need the walk back. And then the wake up. I think I'm just gonna do the wake up and stop kind of messing around. So yeah, I think I can do this tomorrow because I'm gonna have to go. We're gonna have some lunch, and then at 2, which is in 2 hours almost, we have I don't know even what it's called, but they're gonna check Luna's, what are they called? Hips? Is it hips? No, it's not. It's like, I mean, it is in a way, isn't it? How do you translate this shit? It is a hip, but like, whatever. They check the bones or something. I don't know. I have no clue what they do. She's having her hips checked. It's allegedly, or apparently it's something that they do for all the babies. So yeah. But yeah, I'm really happy with this. There's just like, I guess, just an art stream today. And I'm gonna do somewhat of another one tomorrow. Wait, what is my timeline? Let me figure this out. How much time do I have to kind of mess around with this crap? So I need to make, yeah, I need to kind of apply up to this point. We're here, so that's 1, 2, that's more than 2 weeks of time. So yeah, I think I can definitely do a character, some starting items, and then kind of try to get that in the game properly so it's unlockable, kind of finalize the, you know, the starting stuff with the, how do you call this? Like do the starting setup menu, or like how like the whole selection works in the HQ. And like I do have it somewhat already working, like the thing already works, I just have to kind of change it, right, for my needs now. But yeah, I do already have the starting setup menu. I just have to, basically I'm gonna make it smaller because I just need to select an item and a character, or like now you're choosing an ability, but essentially I'm gonna extend that ability choice to an outfit choice. And maybe I'm just gonna make the thing look a little bit better. And yeah, then change the outfit as you do. I have to figure that part out, how you kind of change the look of the player, which shouldn't be too big of a deal. Just changing the animator essentially. And yeah, then you're gonna have a reason to kind of level up the relationships of the characters in the HQ. They're gonna unlock stuff for you, so it's not just like an empty level things here and there. I have to figure out like an additional thing that they're gonna unlock. I'm thinking about you, like when you're gonna get that final thing from each boss that's gonna be like specific to each character, that's when you unlock a new outfit. I think that's like really cool. It's gonna feel good, right? You actually did that. It's not just for the story, but you also unlock a new character. I think that's gonna feel really good. And then, so each of them is gonna have 3 items for you to unlock. And I'm thinking like another thing. Maybe I can make, you know, more items and just for now have it be up to level 4. Yeah, we'll see. Because I can just make them unlock whatever items. So essentially, if I make 3 items, or let's say 6 items up until that point, just so you have, you know, on each of them, let's say 3 levels, and then on the final level, you can kind of do the final interaction with the boss, and this is only gonna be unlocked for 1 character. I'm gonna do that for the engineer, even though I think the first character, or like the first boss is gonna be connected to the doctor. And engineer, I'm thinking he's gonna have a connection to the final biome. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, we're gonna do that. And then, yeah, I mean, it's quite some work, but like this is basically gonna round up the whole game in terms of like what it still needs. And yeah, I think that's good. I'm just, hey man, I'm just thinking about like where to go next in terms of like what I have to still do or what I still want to do before an event that I have to catch, which is the deadline is on the 9th of June. But yeah, if I have up to that point, the game is going to look more complete, which is definitely something that I'm trying to achieve now, because it's much easier, or it's much like nicer to kind of show the game to, you know, potential people that might be interested in it, if the game kind of looks, you know, like it has a beginning and an end, or that it's like it doesn't have like empty areas that are like kind of work in progress, so that you really, you know, the game screams that it's a work in progress. So I really need to finalize this thing. I need to make sounds in the HQ. I need to add music. Music, where is it? I'm gonna also add that to the to-do list. Add music to the game. And basically what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna add the music from NecroBouncer, because I've also talked to the guy that made that music. He's also gonna be making music for this game. And I've just basically we had a meeting the other day, and we kind of came to a conclusion of how much music this game is going to need. So he's going to start working on it at some point. But until then, he was definitely he agreed that it's perfectly fine if I use the music from NecroBouncer for the time being, right? Just so there's something in the game, and I can also kind of figured out how that needs to work in terms of like music changing and blah blah blah. It's gonna be a little more kind of involved later, right? Because it's gonna have probably a different soundtrack for mini bosses. There's gonna be a soundtrack for final bosses. That's all. I already have that one, so I'm probably just gonna use the boss track for mini bosses and final bosses. And then just kind of try to figure out how to do the rest of the like playing of music. I'm gonna need like multiple players because I don't know, I don't want to, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I need to do in that like department, and having that also ready is gonna feel really good. And I guess by the end of this month, or by like the beginning of next month, I could have most of the game's main mechanics in place. And like systems in terms of like music and stuff like that, that's also going to be there. You're going to be able to do starting setups. You're going to be able to do mission selection. So there's going to be like, you can access different biomes as soon as they're going to be there. So yeah, I think this is going to be, it's going to take the game to a really nice place, and then I can really start working on the new biomes while having the game kind of be ready to kind of receive any kind of content, right? Because right now these things were still, you know, missing and kind of just looked weird. So yeah, I like this. I think this is gonna be good. Great. Anyway, I have to go. Gonna catch some lunch and then do the baby stuff. And tomorrow I just have some errands like really late in the afternoon. So late in the afternoon. In the evening, almost. No, what is like after? Yeah, afternoon. It is afternoon. So I'm gonna do another stream like today, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, everybody, thanks so much for joining in. There's like 20 of you, really cool. If anyone hasn't wishlisted the game yet, please do. And again, I'm gonna ask you politely to share it with your friends. It's incredibly helpful. Like mouth-to-mouth spreading of the games is one of the best ways that we can do that. And yeah, I would really appreciate it. If you're interested in the game and you know of a person that might be interested in this, yeah, I would really appreciate that. Otherwise, have great luck with your projects or whatever you're working on. Have a great day and hope to see you again tomorrow or, you know, whenever. So until then, have a good one. Cheers.